I should be live now. Hi there, Flagger, welcome. Alright, let me get the scene switched. Okay, here we go. Hi, Reptile. Sorry I haven't streamed in over the past few days. But I haven't been feeling very well, and also I've just been so busy with so much things that I just haven't had the time. But how you guys doing? Is that a good piece? Let's see. That's definitely a piece of all time. Okay. Mm-hmm. I mean, the music there, that's just from this game, man. We could just go to the Miguel district and hear it anytime. I'm not picking up more gotchas, man. I don't really like dealing with a lot of them. For various reasons.
Welcome to the
But yeah, hi Chronolus. Oh yeah, that's right. CN got a Zenko's kit. I haven't really talked about it on thing. We can look at it on the CN stuff later. But there's some interesting things to note. I have played around with her on the test server, so there's quite a bunch of things to note as well. I mean, I don't have time. Yeah, Blackbird. Yeah, the free buffs. I mean, next week I'm like stupid busy. Especially later on in the week. Like... Okay. I need to get healed up. Next week is stupid busy. I think I'm gonna like change how I do things as well for certain stuff. Because I never ended up having the time as well to get the videos for the other stuff I wanted to do. So I think at this point, what I'm probably gonna do with Zenko is record it on stream, make some of the assets, and just make it stream content, and then edit it after. That way I could actually put the shit together, because otherwise I'm like never gonna get this stuff out. Because I just don't have the time to keep doing the thing. So you have something to watch. Fair enough. Because, yeah. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. What I'll do is, like, I'll record various gameplay segments and stuff on the test server. We could kind of figure out how to put into a video. We'll release soon and be beautiful. Get A6 9. Oh, good luck. Good luck. I mean, it's not impossible, but like... What's the rate again? What's the rate? Zenko's gonna be funny because I'm pretty sure, in theory, the best way to build her is not even as a DPS. Which is kind of funny. Especially if you get 2 of her awakenings. As weird as it sounds. Yeah, let me just look at the rules. Yeah, 1.87%. Base rate is 0.99%. Okay, so you would have to get 7 in a row. Right. So 100, divide that by 0.99. So that's 101. We'll raise that to the exponent of a 7. So 1 out of this is your odds of getting it. Getting all 7 in a single 10 pull. 1 out of 107. What is this? 107,288,614,714,146. But yeah. Actually, let me see if I can pull up that video. Or that clip. I don't know how many of you guys have seen this Zenko clip. Yeah. This is so much of a pain. I got as well earlier in the week. I got that laptop I was talking about. Here's the funny part, man. I put Linux on the laptop, so I just put Bazite on it because I just wanted something that, like, if something goes wrong, I can just shut it off and it'll go back to working as if nothing happened. And I pretty much run everything in a container anyways. So it's just like, yeah, I slapped a Bazite on the laptop. Only downside, I can't use the fingerprint sensor. The laptop is like, has this cheap ass Intel N150 chip because, like, it was literally a $200 bare bone kit that I just slapped in a spare, like, low capacity M.2 NVMe drive and RAM that I, like, spare DDR4 RAM from a dead laptop that I had from like 10 years ago. I just slapped it in there, so like it's only running 8 gigabytes of RAM, and like, you know, it's like if you got the 12th gen Intel CPUs, but you only had 4 of the efficiency cores, no performance cores or anything else. What's funny is for a lot of regular use compared to like my actual streaming PC that I play games on, you know, this thing's worth in this market now like $3,000. Fucking using a web browser so much smoother because I'm not dealing with fucking Windows and the god-awful Microsoft scheduler, which is just funny and also just sad at the same time. Like a freaking 7950X 3D, you know, 64 gigs of like DDR5, 6,000 mega transfers, RAM, right? And like that laptop only has 1 stick of RAM in it. It's in single channel, not dual channel even. It's like, it's not even fast RAM. It's like DDR4. I think it's 2667. It's like really slow in comparison. Like in terms of the RAM speed compared to the thing I use for the gaming and stuff like that, this machine. It's like what? Like 1/5 of the memory speed? There's no graphics card in there either. They're like fucking YouTube and shit. Like opening, like even just using a web browser, it's smoother on that thing. Just because it's not running fucking Windows. Like, it's so sad. Like, you could have a freaking $1,000 CPU and another, like, nearly $1,000 in today's market of RAM on, like, a $400 motherboard. And, like, Windows will still crap itself. Alright, let me try to get the thing pulled off. Like, it just doesn't know what the fuck it's doing. Alright, let me see if I can get it, cause... man, this is just so painful. Oh shit, stupid thing. Freaking My freaking browser is just lagging for some reason. Okay. Let me see if I can get the thing switched over. Okay. You can see the stuff here. Cool. But anyways, there's this clip here from CN. Alright. Instantly breaking because it's her awakening 5. For Zenko. God damn it. No, I don't want it open there. I want it open here. Right, so this is CN stuff on Zenko. That would have been this awakening right here. Basically, what it basically translates to is when you use the enhanced part of her skill, like in her to switch back into her normal stance, she'll basically immediately break the enemy's bar, but only once per battle. On bosses. It doesn't work on every content, but like it does it once, and then it also increases team's break damage by 300%. Something to keep in mind though is the math on this thing. This 300% is additive to the break intensity stat. That's like the funny thing there. Basically. And then, like, there's another thing. I believe it's her first awakening. This one, it changes the 40% here. It basically changes her self special damage modifier from 25% to 40%. And her party-wide dot crit damage boost from 25% to 50%. That's basically what that does. But, like, what's funny is, like, the way her other stuff works. Let me see if I can pull up that video, too. Can I get this to open? Okay. So, she also has a passive that gives you once per battle in 1 instant cycle for free. It's something to keep in note though. With her scorch stacking passive. Alright, so this is 1 stack of scorch. We're doing like, so I go and stack scorch a couple times through her passive. Zenko in here is a much lower level. It has like a very little cycle intensity compared to Lacrimosa. She only has 100. I believe Lacrimosa in this setup was with I think it was like 120 cycle intensity or something that I had on her. But the individual take damage despite 3 stacks. It's this 1259. It's weaker because the Zenko there only had 100 cycle intensity and was a lower level. Something that's funny is the stacking passive on Zenko for Scorch. It will always make her the owner of Scorch once you start stacking it. If you apply a dot to trigger her passive. So like but what's funny though is if I switch off and trigger Scorch through an Esper cycle, you can see the numbers went way up. Right, it was doing like 5k non-crit, 14k ticks with the crit. From the Scorch. That's something that's like a bit of an interesting interaction there on Zenko. But yeah. It's a bit of an interesting interaction there. No, here's the funny part. Depending on your setup, the optimal way to build Zenko might just be not as a DPS. No. In theory, like, here's the thing, right? So, assuming we're doing beyond the rails, I believe base freaking break damage per character, assuming they're level 80, is 21,000 on beyond the rails. If you're on high risk stage 6, it's 19,000 because of the damage multipliers there. But like it's around 21,000 raw damage contribution. You have 4 characters in a party, so the number you're gonna be seeing is around 84k when you break the bar. Right. Basically, Zenko has a passive that would basically add 300% to this. So that would basically be like multiplying this by 4. So you would get around 336k. But what's funny that you can do with this, right, is if you were to like, oh, I can go back in game.
Going.
Everything we need for the trip is ready.
Not this arc. Where is it? Here, the Great Thief. This one, basically, the highest you can get right now is only T4. But this gives 112 break intensity to every character of the same element, or same Esper type if you have 3 of them. Basically, that means that, like, you have 112, multiply this by 3, right, divide that by 300, right, then we just multiply this by 21k. This basically adds 23k damage to that number just by having this equipped on, like, let's say Adler. But yeah. I mean, you could build her that way. It's just, it depends on what setup. But if you were to build her for Scorch, I think I have the, sheet. And then we can use that for reference. She has, like, 25% there. She has, like, extra 25% crit damage for the party. For dots, which also applies to Scorch. Let me close this. Anyways. Okay, here we go. So this is basically the base damage for each of these Esper cycles before factoring enemy defense and whatever. This stuff here. This thing's with that here. Oh yeah, I don't remember. I don't think I finished this thing. This is just a boost there for other stuff. Ignore this thing. I forgot what I was doing with this thing before, but like... Oh wait, no, this is just me trying to figure out the relative increase from the other stuff. And then this is just like, defense and resistance stuff calculator. She doesn't have any of that, but we can get 10% from Adler. What we want is, I guess I'll go with the, beyond the rail values. We have no def ignore, def shred. So that would be... we multiply it by combined output. Right here, base damage. So base damage would be what? Let's say we have Scorch. We'll just take this here. 2700. Multiply this by 3. This is each individual tech, by the way. And then we'll just do... She gets 100 cycle intensity for free, so let's just say we did 460. So 76.6. Or actually, that's 1 plus. That would have been a 460. Divide that by 600. Okay, a 14,310 would be the tick here. And then this would be the base tick outside of the thing there, non-crit. What's interesting about this one is, assuming we put buffs here, I haven't added a Zenko here yet, but let's say we had security buffs. So let me just, security is 656. Oh, I won't put the crit stuff there. Damage percent. We don't have that. Enemy res 30%. Res shred 10. And then let's say we have A1 security, so let's put 41% then combined, or should be 41%. This is basically the raw damage of around 100% of attack from each of the sources. So this is like their boosted, the boosted damage there. I guess technically, if we properly stacked this thing, and we had 4 dots on the target, Zenko has 2 actually. And Scorch counts as 1. Because we're already using security, so I'll just double this. 28, 620. So this is like our non-crit output if we like properly stacked it. At full cycle intensity on Zenko. Which is roughly around, like around here. It's stronger than this thing. What I do know is, like, for main DPS, they generally have them doing like around, I believe it was like 7,500, between 7,000 and 7,500 of their stat unboosted. Over like 15 seconds or so. So let's just say it's around 7,200. Is there the multiplier? So we would multiply this by, I guess we'll just take, who is the closest stat line to Zenko? I'm not sure. Let me check. Let's see who has the closest stat line to Zenko. Because, like, we have this here, 411. Your thing is 396. So it's a little bit higher. It's probably... It's from main character tier. Or... You know, we'll just assume similar attack set to Hattori. It's only a little bit different. Her base attack, but Zenko gets, I believe, crit damage as her console stat. Yeah, she gets, for each type 3, she can have like how many? Like 4 of them? Is it like 4? Yeah, you can fit 4 of them. So we can, like, put her in the shade. Let's just add Zenko here. And then we'll add Zenko dot. Okay, they're around, like, thing. Let's just say 1222 for the base attack. Attack percent. So if we're gonna go for min-max attack, she'd have how much? What was the set thing here again? For Crimson Butterfly, you get 36. Oh, plus. What else do they have? But no, I'll just put that here. And then we'll just add 25 there. That's always gonna be 50%. Damage percent is gonna be equal to that. So I guess we can add 10% if we're gonna have Adler in the party there too. Right, because we can like put them all here. I'll figure out the other numbers here. Oh, so there's at least gonna be 36%. Do we... does her arc have any attack percent? Alright, let's check if her arc has any attack percent. Because I know she doesn't have any other attack percent stuff there. Which one's hers? Wait, it's not listed here. Interesting. Her arc is not here. And I can't just open up the game and like check it right now. But I'm pretty well, let me see if I can find it. Let's see if we can just find it on Google. Here it is. You get extra crit rate. Grants progressive stacks. Increase crit rate. What do people put here? Where's her arcs? What the fuck? You actually giving? Watch your odds. Increases attack by that? No, you're not gonna use that. That's so cool. They don't have her signature arc listed here. What the fuck? It's been out on CN for a few days now. Why do we not have her thing there? The fuck? Why do none of the websites have it listed? The fuck? It's not listed here. That is so silly. But I remember seeing like crit damage and stuff on it. Oh wait, here it is. Yeah, it gets crit rate and then crit damage stuff. Alright, let's put this in Yandex OCR. Here. Up. Shit. Okay. Increases critical strike chance by 16%. When you deal dot damage, gain 9 critical damage up to 7 stacks. Okay. Cool. So that's another 63. So we can just add that here. Hi Tara, welcome. Yeah, I mean, we're gonna figure this out. We're gonna see what it is if we adjust it. I'm pretty sure though, like, if the damage difference between having main stat, cycle intensity and damage percent, we'll figure that out. That equals 50 plus 63 plus I think we go with just plus 170, right? G1 doesn't have anything. Okay, we can just do 170 plus 63. This is assuming we have all the crit damage. Oh wait, no, she has extra stuff too. Right, she gets... Yeah, she gets an extra 64. Then we have 50 there. And then... substack crit damage would be 40%, I think? Or is it 20%? And then the other thing, let me just check. Okay, here. Crit damage, substat. One of them is... Wait, that's main stat. Yeah, 20%, and then the other thing is... It's 2% per slot. Yeah, 40%. So we add 60%. So that's the crit damage stat, 237. Crit rate. That equals 5 plus... The thing will give her 16 and then 24. Substats, another 10% twice. So we can have 65% without running any crit rate main stats. Damage percent. We'll just put... I'll put... the base would be what? We can have... like 30%? Or so. Let's ignore, she has a 0 in all of these. Attack percent. We'll just say 36% twice. We're not gonna give her the, we're just gonna pretend no attack percent subs. Uh, okay. Uh, I'm just gonna paste all of these. I have to change this entire formula now to if it's 11. Over here. So, wait. Did I miss anything? Okay. Let's say we gave her main stat crit, right? Interesting. Okay. Did he miss something? I'm trying to see if, like, I missed something. Because they just gave her 30% damage percent. None of the other stuff. B11. Yep, man, F11. What? Oh yeah, that's for the crit rate there. Multiplied by the crit damage and the damage percent. Yeah, the crit and crit damage are together. That's the damage percent. That's the defense calculator here, calculation here in the Resignor. Okay. I don't think I missed anything. Interesting. So her base damage at 100% of her attack is actually pretty low. That is very interesting. Compared to, like, other units. This is just, like, their relative damage at base. And then she has her dot. Yeah, it looks like... It does look correct. Yeah, everything does look in line. But that's unboosted. Alright, this is gonna be a lot lower because this has the fixed 50% crit rate. Okay. Interesting. And then we'll put the thing with buffs. I guess that's why they gave her, like, a special unique damage modifier on her reality form of 25%. Interesting. But yeah. I shouldn't manga protagonist, welcome. Yeah, the mystery box is its own thing. It's gonna be what, 20 mil if you go that way. But you can also just mix in Analyst too. Alright. It's not like you have to grab the thing there. That's just how they're monetizing the stuff, cosmetics and vehicles. That's really what they're pushing. So that's with dots. And then we could add this to put the gain that they get from buffs. Yeah, she has a lot to gain this way from buffs then. Oh, nice. Okay. So basically, this is where the math is putting us right now. It gets us here. But if we added the thing here, wait, wouldn't it be 20% actually? So it's actually even lower. If we did this, then she'd be doing that much. 55, 36, okay. That's boosted, unboosted. Just under 3,000. That is interesting. Why is it lower than Geo1? Wait, what did I have for Chaos that gave him the attack there? I was missing something. Okay, I should just put 37.5. Yeah, because I don't think she has any, like, buffs. That's in her kit. Any other buffs? This is her signature arc. Yeah, that's crit damage, 7 stacks, and a bunch of stuff there. Yeah, 411, 570, around the thing. Oh, what does this one translate into? Non-combat state, this thing, extra movement speed and everything, cool. We don't need that one. Yeah, cause like right here in her under her normal attack stuff. Right. Is it wait. Is that her normal attack? I don't think this is. That is not her normal attack. This one's on her normal attack. Okay, here. But yeah, hi Chaos. Welcome. Alright, so this is her normal attack modifiers down here. Let me shrink this a bit. Yeah, down here, one of these is her, wait, that is, okay. Anyways, the hunt damage increase is a special damage modifier she gets when she's when she's not glowing. Basically, her damage is increased by 25% when she's not glowing, is a different multiplier. When she's glowing, she'll apply her dot. When she's not glowing, she gets a damage modifier increase. And then down here, this is just the crit damage boost to dots. So that's a 25% increase. This applies to the entire party and to Scorch. That's basically the important things there. The 35 and the 28 is just her cycle energy gain from her full basic attack string. But yeah. That's just like the modifiers there. That's basically what that stuff says there for her kit there. She has 2 dots. The actual damage from her dot is 3% per stack. There are 10 stacks of her dot. The stacks last 30 seconds. So it's pretty easy to get full uptime. She has 1 dot on her from her basic attack thing there, and she has another one that gets applied from her ult. So you get basically 60% dot damage. There's another one right here. This is a different dot. So we can bring this back. Yeah, honestly, she doesn't really do all that much damage, relatively speaking. Like, I guess... let's see, 1.25. That puts her around 30. This would basically be around 3625 if you count her boost there. Which actually puts her, like, stat line thing similar to G1 stats, actually. She actually has a similar stat spread to G1. When you think about it, when, like, you sort for that. Wait. Did I remember to put the other stuff there? Oh wait. I forgot the 10%. I just realized I forgot the 10% damage from the set bonus. So this is with damage percent main stat. Yeah, she basically have like... Okay, no, that makes sense. It's similar to Natalie. It's a little bit closer to Natalie when you count for her unique damage modifier. I guess this just proves just how strong having Res Ignore or Res Shred or Def Ignore and Def Shred is. Like, having access to it. Because, like, the ones that are, like, the lower numbers don't have any access to Def Ignore or Res Shred. Yeah, freaking Lacrimosa with the highest, because she has access to both. But in this one, I don't count her Def Shred. Or Def Ignore. That's the funny part there. But yeah, so it's around here. This is like her base damage for each of the things there. What's interesting though is if we go for crit rate main stat. So we just go to 30. We'll add the 30 here. So she ends up at 95% crit rate. It's actually worse than running damage percent main stat by a little bit. Which is interesting. You have, like, you go down to 67.5% crit rate. And, like, it's actually worse than 90%. 95%. Which is pretty funny, going there. What's more interesting, though, is, like, if you want to go for more scorch damage, you can put technically crit damage there, too. But like, here's the thing. If we lower this down to 30% and try to go for the boost there, where basically we go from it's like around 3120 divide the 2438. So like we're basically going down to her doing about 80% of her damage, but then we increase by how much? So we go to 460, but we can go to that would be 280 here. Let me just check there then. Let me just put a calc here then. 1 plus. I'll put that divided by 600, that's the boost. Divide that by 1 plus. So we basically increase scorch damage by 20%. By going for cycle intensity main stat. If you were to do that, you can trade 20% of her own personal damage for cycle intensity. Basically, if you wanted to do the cycle intensity main stat, you lower her damage potential by 20%, but you boost scorch damage by 20%. Because she will always be the owner of Scorch when you're playing with her stacking setup. What is interesting though is if instead we went for a crit damage main stat, because that would also increase Scorch damage. We can just look at the thing here. So that's 2504. Versus that, so 2504, divide that by 2216. That's a 13% increase instead. Or you could technically just go for crit damage main stat. You don't lose as much damage. And then you basically increase Scorch damage by 13%. Because Scorch will still use her crit stats. That's basically the other trade-off there. Should have been 69% damage. Unfortunately, we're not we don't hit that orc. But yeah. Technically speaking, if you have A1, that's another 25% damage here. Crit damage. If we were to do that calc instead, we can basically Alright, so we're at 2812. Alright, so then we can go 2812, divide that by oh wait, no, I was looking at the wrong number. We're at 2624, 2624, my bad. 23, 36. Yeah, so it's 12% still. It's still about 12%. So you can either have her all her damage go not drop off by as much and increase Scorch by 12%, or go full cycle intensity and increase Scorch by 20% instead. So that would be like 7% more damage overall for Scorch wise, and you get 3 stacks. And like before crits, it's basically doing at full cycle intensity 11k with all the other stuff going on. 3 stacks of Scorch. Then we can 1 plus. What's the crit damage here then? 287 then. Oh wait. Divided by 100. Plus 1. So then average dot damage then from a thing. One 4 4 8. It's around 27k. 27 k would be the average damage. Basically. Like if you fully build cycle intensity and everything. Like the funny part is like they want to sell Zenko as a main DPS, but like there's so much you can do with her if you just made her pure support. Like she has so much value as just pure Scorch support. Like in terms of raw damage here. And then she just has bonus other stuff. Cause like you can still build her, fully invest into Scorch damage, and you're still gonna have her do 80% of her damage. Like her normal mode damage. But you could also just not really switch to her after you get the stuff set up. And you could do something else as well on field. Which is the interesting part. Because like in terms of like stat scaling, she has some of the lowest stat scaling. Like just initial stat scalings to work off of. Because she doesn't have any res ignore, def ignore, any of that stuff. So like her just the way she's going to scale from various increases and stuff like that is not going to be that great. Here's the thing though as well. So like if we were to take away Adler from here, like Adler is also just giving her an extra 10% damage and 10% res shred. Because we have Adler with security there. If we were to replace that with let's say Eroi. A1 Eroi. Let's just add 379. Got 15% damage here. Wait, what? Oh. She would gain 93%. This is the funny part. Adler, like, having Adler or Eroi there is about the same. Except Adler is even a bit more useful. Despite not having all those boosts, that's the funny part. If you already have Sakiri in there and you're triggering Scourge, and then you also just get Adler's own damage, and you still get Adler's survivability there too. Adler also synergizes because of the dot. Yeah, you go to like 91% basically versus 93%. That's the funny part. Right, we go down and attack a buff and everything, all that stuff. Like, Adler plus Sakiri is almost the same as as Sakiri plus A1 Eroi. A6 Eroi is gonna get a bit more of a lead because of the extra crit damage. Yeah. That's like the funny thing there. Of course, if we remove Adler, she's only gaining 55% damage from A1 Sakiri of her own personal damage. But yeah, that's just the interesting thing there. Like, just building her as pure support instead of like trying to make her a DPS. You still, of course, go for the regular stats you'd want for a DPS on her, but like, it is just kind of interesting. That like, we can do that. I guess part of the reason why it's not as crazy of a drop-off doing it that way as well is just how much smaller the stat disparities are in this game, at least compared to like other gachas for like just equipment, because we're working with much smaller stat ranges and values. It's like not as big of a deal. Okay. I need one more wallet. Alright, we gotta continue our daily mugging. But yeah, it's just kind of funny just how the thing is. I think the like part of the problem why the stats are like that though, it's just part of it is just the incantation set is just kind of not great. It's not great, the incantation set. I think it's the weakest of all like the sets. While the chaos set is just the strongest, incantation has like the worst set effect. Well, unless we go to the generic attack thing. Yeah, it's just because like you get a lot of stats just from your cartridge set. And the incantation cartridge set is almost as bad as the generic attack percent set. Right, that like nobody uses. So like she has like a huge stat disadvantage, and then not having any Death Ignore or Res Shred also gives that too, because like the actual raw damage she will do at the same attack stat is going to be much lower than, let's say, Lacrimosa. Like if every character had equal attacking stats, Lacrimosa would do more than double her damage. if like all the modifiers were the same just because of the stat spread she has.
Rosa had a good dream.
And
Woke
also
up happy too,
because of this.
but
This thing is
can't
so
remember what the
strong.
dream was about.
The 24% res ignore is so broken. Like, in terms of like just like, you know, like your attack modifier, that just by comparison, she has the highest multiplier. But like Zenko is just like a strong support though. Like, if we consider like if we assume we had like perfect stats though, for like Lacrimosa for example, the just using her as like her is just like a crit damage buffer is not a bad idea. Like Zenko, she can provide still the dot,
Rosa had a good dream.
and it's like super
Woke
easy
up
to like just
happy too.
use. Alright, I'll stretch and hydrate. But yeah. It is pretty interesting. I think they just basically designed her around the intention of just being as if you had like G1 but for Scorch. Because that seems like the way they kind of like balance her. Because her stat setup there is like similar to G1. It's a little bit lower actually. They better give unique cartridge set effect instead of stats and res. I mean, I think it's fine. But like, it'd be more interesting if they made one focused on certain things. Like, if they made one... Honestly, it'd be really nice if they made one just focused on, like, let's say Esper cycles. Like, maybe, like, have, like, a different cartridge set. You have, like, one that's specialized in grouping up Nova, Scorch, and Blossom, and then a different one for Stain, and Hex. Like, have a different set for that. That could be interesting. Because, like, yeah, they're, like, pretty generic the way they are right now. It's just that, like, as it stands, the Chaos set is just the strongest one by a landslide, and then the freaking, set for what's it called? For Incantation is the weakest one by a lot. Because it's only 36% attack. Like, if I had to, like, rank them in terms of, like, just overall just effectiveness, I would probably just do... It would be the Chaos set is stronger than the Cosmos set, which is stronger than the, I guess the Lakshana set would be equal to the Anima set. They effectively just do the same thing, just with different stats, because one is just gives you a bunch of crit rate, the other one gives you a bunch of crit damage, similar values. Like, you would just gear around it for both of those sets. But yeah. Though the Lakshana set technically easier to build around because you just get so much raw free crit rate.
Glass.
So I guess there's like that to think about there. But yeah. Like, as it stands right now, like, the best use for Zenko is basically Lacrimosa support. And I guess you could technically build her for, like, break intensity too, if you build her as a support. You don't have to worry about some of her other stats. You could get, like, 180 break intensity on her. And then you can add the 112 from the other thing there. Divide that by 300. Multiply that by, let's say, 21k for BTR. So she'd basically be worth, you know, 20 K damage, instant break up front. Is that even worth? Like, B tier level 90 bosses have around 1.95 mil. Right, so memory save. Let's just say... that would be basically 41.44. Let's just say this. Oh, divide that by memory recall. That's 2% damage. I mean, that's something if you were to have her, like, instant break there. That would be, like, an extra 2% damage. Yeah, the new map is gonna be really nice to mess around with, and there's the other new activities there, too. For sure. Yeah, it's just interesting, like, just how you have to think about, like, gearing for Zenko because of her, how her stats and stuff are. And what is and isn't worth it to, like, do on her. It is interesting to think about. One thing's, yeah, I think, honestly, just build her full cycle intensity is what I'm just gonna do. Cycle intensity crit damage. Go purely for like as much scorch as I can. Just cause like her damage, her stat spread. And like she doesn't have access to a bunch of other tools to really help. They made like a bunch of her stuff like with her alt count as follow-up damage, but
Did you get on Leslie, Shift You worked hard.
Don't worry, we have plenty of time. Did you need something?
Time flows on. Shift change. Go rest now.
I think I have like enough materials for her there. I should go just farm the other stuff for her. Okay.
Lacrimosa can handle it. It's gone.
Oh, what do we got? Break intensity. Damn. If only this had damage percent there. This had to be incantation. It is not. Okay. Right, it's like, it just had to be.
Stop treating me. It's a lack of
I will comprehend.
plain black almost. Black almost, I can handle it.
Yeah, if only. Nope, that's not good. Oh, all of those are crop. I think I have like a cycle intensity main stat piece already anyways for thing. For incantation. Yeah, I have this piece. It's not great, but like I can cope with it, I guess. There's no other stats on it. But it's not like she's gonna be doing that much damage anyways. With how I'm gonna use her. And like it's unfortunate as well that like she forces the thing to always be incantation damage scorch. She just always takes ownership. Because here's the thing, if the scorch stack just changed to whoever had the high cycle intensity and everything and didn't have some of those weird rolls on it, it'd be a lot stronger if like Lacrimosa could just own scorch, because then it would get the gain from Resignor, which is already pretty significant. Like, it's very significant, the increase from it. But she can't. But still, stacking Scorch is still pretty strong. It just makes it so, like, it's not as strong as it could be. But yeah, it's just gonna be funny and just weird, just going for, like, a weird, support build for Zenko, but... You know, if I'm just gonna use it with Lacrimosa anyways, the math just works out that way.
What's more precious than the gift is you.
Is this for me? I'll gladly accept it, thanks.
If only you could turn all the auction items into fawns, if only, man. Okay. G1 gets these.
You knew me better than I expected.
Yeah, soon I can get, like, Fadia done. Maybe I focus... Do I focus Eroi to get her out of the way? Oh, Eroi's gifts are on the cheaper side. Like, Chiz has the more expensive gifts that she wants.
Is this for me? Thank you.
So I'll just give it to Chiz.
That's it? I wanna watch another one.
Just, yeah, getting all the characters all the way thing is just taking a while. But yeah, I already did the daily mugging, spent the stamina. Can do beyond the rails in a bit. Alright, we'll check the stuff here. But yeah, it's just kind of just funny, just unfortunate how just this stuff scales. Yeah, I just need to collect my beetle coins. I AFK farmed Shadow and Snake earlier. Just so I could get to the cap there. Because every beetle coin counts. But yeah. Okay. And then the event stuff. Yeah, 1 day, 16 hours. Yeah, that ends soon. Fishing Frenzy. Yeah, that's 2 days, 4 hours away. I guess you could technically do Fishing Frenzy after the patch goes live for a bit. Because it ends in 2 days, 4 hours, the fuck? Like, actually, like, the way it lines up, it's so weird. Like, you could technically do it, like, immediately there. I guess we'll do Beyond the Rails first. Alright, 8 stop. Alright, increases allies' attack and crit damage by 20% when HP is above 70. We'll see.
Let's finish this.
Intel confirmed. I'll deliver this one myself. I can see you all.
My turn to have fun in your dreams. Nightmares. I'm here to help.
Let's settle.
You want Dynamo knock? I say. It's not gonna save that. It's not gonna save her, man. Hex is only a 20% damage increase over base.
Did you come back?
I'm playing this wrong. Seems like I'm not paying attention. Why did I put Haniel in here?
Let the great Sakiri Lacrimosa can handle it. That hurts. Don't worry. A little show off. I heard your call. Variation. Lacrimosa.
Did you need something?
It'll only be a moment.
Yeah. That's her best use. Use her as a support.
Arriving at this very moment.
Also, the thing is, with how cycle intensity works as well, like if you're playing Hexed or Stain, here's the thing. This is how much. Look at the Stain boost. Max cycle intensity only gives you a 13% increase over Stain. Keep in mind, 360 cycle intensity on a stat line is similar to having what? 67.5% damage or so. Like, building cycle intensity for Hex or Stain isn't worth it. Because the calc has diminishing returns. The conversion is like 0.2 times your cycle intensity stat, divided by your cycle intensity stat plus 80. 180. Then that would basically be the value there, and then you multiply by 100 to get the percent. Like it's really bad, and it's additive to the 20% you get from Stain or Hexed. Like, she would need something else, like, really boost her for it to be worth.
Lacrimosa.
Okay, I'm gonna put Adler. Actually, where's Adler? It doesn't matter, you could just tap her skill, swap her off. You could like do that. If you get her what's it called? And then there's this with her A5, which also works in Beyond the Rails. Let me show you. Let me pull the clip. You can do her instant once per battle break. Let me play it from the beginning. And just get really big damage up front. It only occurs once. She can break the target's bar instantly on her first skill use. You could technically fully invest into that if you're playing with 3 incantation units. That's her A5 effect. It basically adds 300% break damage to every character in your party in the team. That is additive to break intensity gain. And then her enhanced skill, her first enhanced skill cast, basically just immediately breaks the boss's bar. But only once per battle.
Time for the professionals to
Have fun in your dreams. Nightmares. Wakey, wakey. Thunderbolt. It's our turn.
Alright, I'm gonna restart this.
let me take over.
I have no idea how much is on there. I haven't
I'm here
looked.
to help. It's super scary inside my dreams.
Trust me. Let's finish this. Your express delivery. Let's settle. Please sign here.
Everyone, follow my command!
Damn it, it's freaking. I don't know why it's like working by audio, but
Let me ship change. Don't make me. I'll deliver this one myself.
yeah, I don't know why when I'm using the audio, it just like lags my audio and you don't hear it properly. I don't know why it does that.
Did you need something? Let me take a closer look.
Shift change. It hurts. Black Mimosa. Black Mimosa. Angry.
Secure upper head.
You could only be a moment.
I'm just gonna do BPR. Next one. Okay, increases always attack by that thing. Okay. Just run the same setup. It's not about grinding, it's about which character you really want to build. One max character is enough. Oh yeah, for sure. But then if you really invest in everything, you can just make it ridiculous.
Appraiser, I'm here to help. Have fun in your dreams. Nightmare. Wakey, wake.
Let's finish this.
Yeah, I don't know why when I'm casting alts,
Ship change. Don't
I'm getting this thing. That weird audio being cut off.
Thank you for your patronage.
Underboss, it's our turn.
I like pretty lively here. Let me bait, splinter, and frustrate. Ship change. Don't make me. I'll deliver this one myself.
It's super scary inside my dreams. Canvas is mine!
Let me take over.
Alright.
Don't worry, we have plenty of time.
Watch your step!
Why isn't the last one being grouped up with this thing? The most annoying thing to like deal with the combat here is just is when enemies are just not grouped up.
The moon has set.
I mean, why do these freaking things have like iframes before they load in?
Coming through!
We have plenty of time.
Miss, allow me.
Oh, messed that up. They're not like grouped up.
Miss, allow.
Oh, that's the wrong button, but whatever. Yeah. I guess I can suck one of them. Alright, next stop. Okay. Good setup. Welcome breeders on YouTube.
Appraiser, I'm here to help. Everyone, let's all crawl back into Bobby's belly.
Alright, you gotta crawl back into your mommy's belly.
And
That's what Leroy said. I don't use them. I'm not talking about the actual output. I'm talking about like my actual PC. It's just Windows being a piece of crap, man. You can quite literally have a $3,000 PC and Windows will still be terrible. Nah, it's Microsoft's fault. The virus is Windows. That's the virus. Windows itself is the virus. I don't know, man. No, here's the thing. Windows 11 is so bad. A cheap-ass $200 laptop running a fucking Bazite is sometimes so much smoother to use than my fucking computer. My freaking $3,000 computer. It's like ridiculous. It's because fucking Windows is just terrible. You can debloat and like remove everything and it's still just a piece of shit.
Let passengers exit first and board the train.
Windows is just awful.
Appraiser, I'm here to help. It's super scary inside my dreams. Wakey wake trust
excited. By hero! Intel confirmed. I can see all.
Thunderbolt, it's our turn.
You have a good night on Extreme.
you for your patronage.
Have fun in your dreams. Nightmares. Wakey, wakey. Everyone, follow my command.
Here I am.
Get it, Kirimaru.
Everything that falls is unreal. Is dead.
Stay there.
And get the detonation crap.
The tide of the world, drawn to his place.
You checked your dad's auto payment. You're surprised Gemini AI would take $355 in 2035. Wait, why would it take $355 from him in 2035? The fuck? Why would it do that? Specifically in 2035. That's weird. Yeah, but it's specifically in 2035. Not last year or whatever. But 2035.
Time for the professionals to take over. Thank you for your patronage. Signed for
God
delivery.
damn it. This thing is freaking lagging a bit.
Have fun in your dreams. Nightmares. Time for it, everyone. Follow my command. Just a tickle.
Let me take over. Here's your delivery.
My turn already.
I can't. I have to like use melee to parry. I forgot.
I will see.
Windows is just a piece of crap, man. That's part of why I've been slowly trying to just get rid of Windows completely, because it's just so awful.
Tracer, I'm here to help. Everyone, let's all
You can't even throw money at the problem either. Windows is just so fucking terrible.
Watch the timing.
Appraiser, I'm here to help. Have fun in your dreams. Nightmares.
Let me take over. My mistake. Fight it.
Yep, fuck it. I'm just gonna ignore parrying it.
Ship change. Don't think I can see you all.
For change. Underboss, it's our turn.
I will see. Pretty lively here. Let's go. Shift.
Wakey, incoming. Everyone, let's all crawl back into Bonnie's belly. That's era.
Uh, they're all garbage, man.
For the professionals, let's settle.
All their freaking AI shit that they're forcing.
Thank you for your patronage. Did you need something?
Leave Leave it to Lacrimosa. Angry. Watch out, fool!
May you find eternal peace.
God damn it.
Lacrimosa. Don't find out.
Whatever, I'm just gonna kill it.
The moon has set.
Leave it to Lacrimosa.
Go on, fight, kid.
Lacrimosa can handle things. I'll go home earlier today.
It's garbage, so it's time for you to get Pegasus Residence. You're not getting the Villa? You don't have the Villa, or what? I haven't, like, messed around with the new stuff there. Oh. So I guess you're just gonna go for the Pegasus Residence. I see. Okay, I need to go collect the thingy here now. Alright, so we got that. So I have just over 6k Analyth. Just a little over 6k. Okay, I should check the furniture stuff with these guys. I should do those. Then there's the mall. I want to grab all of these. Right, gotta get all the fawns. I'm still missing some of the Hunter Elite cards and the Beetle coins. But I don't have the train logs for it yet. So we'll have to wait on those. You bought the Pegasus Residence. Time for you to buy your car. Once you buy the residence, you'll buy the car. Fair enough. What about the ATV? You're not gonna get that? The ATV in the thing? You're not gonna pick that one up too? Because that's gonna be added in the Tarek shop. And then there's the jet ski. But yeah. I'm too poor to buy everything. Okay. Fair enough. You don't like the mystery box one bit, so you so Hopla can have fun with it. Fair enough. Alright, so we're done with that. Get the thing there. Can I do this?
So
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. We need to get the keys as well every patch. That is so true. Alright, I'll see you around then, Diose. Okay. I think also when I got done, it's like we kind of just did all the things. Yeah, 2 more days. 2 more. Tuesday night. Okay. Alright, Chaos got the bomb thingy. Cool. Okay. So... I guess we'll do Fadia first.
Did I drink too much?
Hold hands. We can do hug.
Cloudless nights are great for stars.
That's definitely one way to do the hug. Okay. Stroll. Sleep. I'm just gonna claim all the things here.
Nothing. What a shame.
I have the yoga mat at a different property. Sure, she can eat ramen. Lounge chair there. Playing pool.
What a shame. Time for a massage.
Alright, let me go to the... Which one had it? I think I had it placed on this property, the yoga mat, randomly. One of these days I'll actually just properly organize and set things up on my properties. But like, yeah. You'll get, you'll not pull jet ski, only 7 billion without the house. Nice interaction, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just like build Zenko as a peer support.
It's gone?
Nothing.
Can't get
What a shame.
Okay. We'll get Eroi here.
Nothing. What a shame.
Are we just stacking her little
Do you
sheep
taste
there?
like cotton candy? Or strawberry?
Yeah, I'm probably just only gonna go for either A1 or A2. Just use her as pure support. It's not. It doesn't really look like it's worth it to build her for damage. It doesn't really look like it. And honestly, just farming the cartridges or for that setup for the thing is kinda. It kinda sucks to farm that thing for cartridges, anyways. There's that too. And I'm not losing that much damage doing it that way. Also, just stacking Scorch in general is just pretty strong. It's just kinda just the only way you can stack Scorch anyways. That's probably why she's just balanced around being that way. With her damage being that low. Or her stat scaling stuff. Okay. Did I not put anything in there? Oh, that's the first one. Never mind. I mean, it's not just that. It's just the way some of the stats are. Because, like, she has, like, a similar stat spread to Geo1. So she doesn't, scale that nicely. Again, it's because, like, Geo1 doubles the amount of Blossom Flowers you can have. She triples the amount of Scorch debuffs you can have on the enemy. And, like, with how she works, you just always have full max stacks of Scorch. So, like, yeah. Guess I have, like, she doesn't have that many, like, interactions.
Oh, hello, appraiser.
Okay. We'll do Geo1 now.
I can't be so.
Penny for your thoughts?
She has, like, a bunch of interactions here. Okay. Right, we gotta get all the interactions done for all the bond points.
It's nice to take a stroll in such great weather.
Flame pool. Origami. Sit on ground. Get it to lie down. Alright, let's go to the other property for the lounge chair. Okay. Either a bad
How have you been?
ML. What? Okay. Alright, Bond. Let's go get Geo on here. Right, because we need to get her interactions. Her last one.
Did I take a wrong turn?
Here we go. Alright, so we got that there. She's at 4390 there. Alright, 4550 for Eroy. Okay. 8470 on Chiz. 12750 there for Fadia. Interesting. Okay. I'm just like looking through something on something important first. Okay then.
It's gone?
Alright, we can put that there. Is there anything else left to do? Because we already did the thing. I'm pretty sure I did check all the safes on Monday. I'm pretty sure I already did that. But I can go check again. Fine. We were looking at her stuff earlier. Her status spread is just interesting. Because, well, I guess let's just show you. Because, like, she doesn't have access to a lot of certain things. Oh, here. We can just go over this. Her status spread is pretty similar to G1. But, like, here's the funny part. So, like, this is without a Cartridge main stat, but even if we were to factor in Cartridge main stat, it's like damage percent. It is better than giving her crit rate main stat, somehow. Because that's 3141 there. If we give her crit rate main stat, that gets 3120. So that's the funny part. What's funny though is like if we just went with this and just gave her the cycle intensity, she'd probably be a bit better there. Yes and no. It depends. Because here's the thing. If it's element specific or type specific, it does not work. So the 4 piece set on chaos units does not work. Because it says chaos resistance. It does not work. Break damage is typeless damage, but it still factors in enemies' regular resistance and defense. If it's not tied to anything, it will work. But if it is tied to something, it will not work. Yeah, so like, the Res Ignore from the Chaos set does not work with break damage. That's not what happens. It's your portion of the break damage that goes into it. Your portion. And it doesn't count your element. If you have Def Ignore, it would apply. As long as it's like, it doesn't have any other conditions. It depends on the actual type of thing. If it's conditional, it will not work. If you're talking about like how Zenko can instantly break something with her A5, that would be incantation. She does not have any Def Shred or Ignore, neither does she have Res Shred or Ignore. So you wouldn't get it anyways. Technically speaking, for Lacrimosa's own contribution, if you were to use her in the team, you would get, if you have A6 on Lacrimosa, the Def Ignore here would apply, but only to Lacrimosa's portion. Kind of. It kind of is, I guess, but only if you use the ult first. You have to use her ult first, and then you can kind of do that, but it only applies after you use the ult. I'll have to do some more testing on that, but here's something to note, though. Let me get that video playing again. The Scorch stacking on Zenko. Because it has unusual behavior. Okay, so we have level 50 Zenko here. Look what happens to Scorch damage. So we trigger Scorch, right? Lacrimosa's level 80. She also has more cycle intensity than Zenko. So look at the tick damage. We get 3064 crit, or 1665. Or is that 16 or is that 18? 1665 is our regular tick, 1 stack of Scorch. You can see there's only 1 stack of Scorch there. Look what happens when I apply the other stacks by applying another dot. So now we have 3 stacks of Scorch on the target. Look at the Scorch damage. It's the darker number. We're doing only 1259. Despite that. So here's the other thing. Zenko's Scorch stacks, when you have her passive there, it will always use Zenko's cycle intensity stat, and it will always do incantation damage, because for some reason the stacking passive on Zenko always makes Zenko the owner of Scorch. Scorch is always 50% crit rate, and it uses whoever's crit damage from the owner. So that's the thing that's nice about Zenko, at least. She has the highest crit damage stat in the game. You can get the highest crit damage on her with her signature arc. So like, building her as a Scorch bot isn't the worst idea ever. And like, just going full cycle intensity with crit damage on her, it's honestly a pretty good idea. For like raw Scorch damage. Yeah, Diablos does not work for break. It doesn't work. Like, it doesn't matter, like, who's on field. If it worked, it would be really, like, it'd be really stupid strong, but it doesn't. And, like, the damage from break is, like, is typeless. Like, or, there's no Esper type or anything tied to it. You even see the damage number is white when you trigger it. It depends, man. You just build pure Scorch damage. Like, here's the thing. So, here's the thing, right? If we fully invest into scorch damage on Zenko, we're basically doing on average 11.448 per tick, 3 stacks of scorch. This is like the average damage per tick. Your crit ticks, right, that thing's gonna be a bit higher there, but like, yeah, about 11k. This is like her average damage, 50% crit rate, when you consider all the crit damage she'll have. This is the damage from the scorch. It's pretty sizable there, if you think about it, like 11k per tick. And you'd have full uptime there. Well, there's that too, but you need to have, here's the thing, the Zenko boost is just 25% crit damage for dots. Sakiri gives a bigger boost because she has actual buffs. And then also, like, a lot of just a big attack buff, right? So, like, here's the thing, right? So, this is the buff right here on Lacrimosa. So, we're looking at Lacrimosa dot here. Nightmare dot. These are stats. Sakiri, this is without, this is not factoring in the boost, the dot boost from having Scorch on the target. Sakiri boosts Lacrimosa's damage by 47%. Okay. Let's just change all of these to 0. What Zenko gives you is 25% crit damage. That's a 7.5% increase there. Oh wait. I clicked on the wrong thing. Right. Oh wait, no. Was it 7.5? No, 6.68. Just adding 25% crit damage. Alright, if you have her A1, that's 50% crit damage boost. That becomes 13.37%. That is what you gain there from the buff from Zenko. The main value is stacking Scorch 3 times over. That said though, like, this is just like a relative damage compared to whatever is 100% of your attack. Right, so let's just put 41. It's 656 from Sakiri. We'll put Zenko's crit damage there. We get 10% rush rate from Adler. And like when you combine it all together, it's like 73% gain. And then obviously we would then double whatever damage because we'd have 4 dots on the target. So here's the thing with break damage. Break damage is okay, I'm not gonna like give you the full calc on how to get there. But basically high risk level 6. So the level 90 bosses on high risk 6. 0 break boosting, like just your base break damage per character. The contribution is 19k. Roughly 19k. While in Beyond the Rails 12 on the level 90 boss, your base damage is around 21k. That's per character. Alright, so like your base damage is gonna be, let's say Beyond the Rails, base damage is gonna be 21,000 per character. So obviously 4 characters, you get 84. The 300% break damage here, what this does on Zenko's A5 is basically, let's say you have 180 break intensity on a character. Right, so that is, divide that by 300. We'll just multiply it by 100 there. So you get 60% break damage. Basically, what Zenko's A5 does is add 300 to this. So you would end up with 360%. Alright, plus 360. So basically, her contribution would be 21k times 4.6. that would be 96k damage there. Let's say you had that on across your whole party, then multiply by 4, you'd be doing around just under 400k break damage. That's basically what's going on there. That's kind of the math there. This is assuming we're not like fully investing into it. But let's say we did. Let's say you had 360 times 4, and then we had the 112 times 3. So let's say we have this much break intensity for some reason. Okay. So like this is just the entire team's break intensity. Oh, you want the insight break damage? You mean from Daffodil? That just gives you her portion of the break damage. So let me just minimize this for a sec. So
Today,
the insight debuff only uses Daffodil's break damage. It doesn't use the full team's. Just Daffodil's break damage. Yes, that's why it's weaker. Because the reason why the insight is weaker is because it's just Daffodil's portion, not the entire team. The big number you see is the combined value of the entire team. The insight one is just Daffodil's break damage. Basically. So like, you know, you would just do that. Do it that way. Anyways. Let's go back into the thing here. So back into the team damage there. So we were at 1776. We would then divide this by 3. We would have 592% break damage at 300 to this. And we'll just add 100 and divide this by 100 times 21k. So we'd be doing that much in break damage, basically. Like, yeah, it's like this times again. 3 plus 1 plus... I guess we could just do each individual on 360. Divide that by 300. Right, so it's like, if you had the entire team, you get 400k break damage. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing though. So beyond the rails, it's around this much HP for beyond the rails level 90 bosses. This is how much HP they have. Right, it's around just under 2 mil. So like if you're doing 436, divide that by 1950. That's about 22%, maybe between 22 to 25% of their HP and damage. That's about, like, that's the amount of damage you'd basically be doing, like, just off of the thing there. Like, you could make use of it. It's not super amazing or anything, like, not super, like, spectacular or whatever. But it's extra free damage if you get it, like, for free, one-off for free. So you can still just take advantage of that. Right, like, you're basically getting one free break if you get her A5, and the break damage is boosted a bit. Like, the reason why here you're seeing it just, like, completely kill the bosses is, like, it's missing context because, like, this is in the, these are, like, weakened enemies and everything. This is, like, level 80 enemy. And these ones don't have that much HP. In high risk and in beyond the rails, they're gonna have way more HP. Especially because, like, they nerfed these bosses in the last patch. Yeah, just the A5 dupe gives you plus 300% break damage. It's right here. You can only do it once per battle, too. Here's this one. Right here, we can like put in the OCR and you can see it translated. Strengthening the old skill thing. This is just when your caster skill, when it hits a collapsible target for the first time, so an enemy that you can break for the first time, it will cause the target to enter break. This effect takes effect for each target up to 1 time in a single battle. Does not take effect for bosses in balancing mode. This works in Beyond the Rails, by the way. Balancing mode probably means like specific events and other stuff like the heist. It doesn't apply in heist. In addition, the collapse damage caused by the whole team is increased by 300%. Basically, yeah, it's just gonna add 300% to whatever damage it does. That's pretty much what's just gonna happen there. You get a 300% extra multiplier added to your break damage. That's pretty much the math there. Like, you can still do a decent amount of break damage, but like, yeah. Let me see if I can find like the sheet with like enemy stats. I don't know if this has been updated or not. Do we have enemy stats here or no? I forgot which sheet had it. This one's for 1.1. Like, this was like enemy stats and Beyond the Rails, their total HP. Generally speaking, okay, it's, yeah. They basically, this is like the HP on the bosses here. It's around, okay, 1.95 mil HP or so, just under. They all have default resistance of 30%. If they're weak to something, it's only 10% resistance instead of 30% resistance. Their max break is always 50 on these bosses. And then, like, the break bar toughness is always 5. And then there's your break duration. Break resistance, 100 equals 125% initial break damage. There you go. So it's, yeah. Yeah, they're trying, even though, like, it's not really you build the whole team around it. It's more so you just use it for extra free damage up front. Think of it like reverse execute, in a way. You can use it that way. I think that's like a better way to treat it, because realistically, you're not breaking the bar fast enough to just keep doing it. Like, you know, if you're killing like a Beyond the Rail boss in like a minute or so, you're maybe breaking the bar once at the end of the fight. So like, it's not really as worth it. Yeah, it's a bit stronger, but like, still. It's kind of cope. It's still kind of cope, because realistically, you're still not breaking it more than once. You get to break it twice if you have the dupe, effectively, in practice. That's just kind of the whole thing that's going on there. But yeah. Right, 100%. 100 break resistance means you're doing 125%. So plus 25% to that number is basically just the break you're doing. And like, hey, we can, where's break damage? Alright, so like, here we go. This is, again, the damage here. The bonus break thing here is gonna go to the... gets additive here. The special multi would basically be the what we get 125%. So our break damage, our base damage would basically be let me see where's the thing with break damage. I forgot where I saw where I had the thing, but it's like 3603 for level 80. It's like 3603 is our base break damage. We multiply this. Enemy max break, so they always have 50, so it's 50. Divide that by 3. Right. Times the defense multiplier. Enemy defense. So beyond the rails. We have no def shred, def ignore. We basically multiply it by 0.5. Right. If we have no res shred, or res ignore, we then have to multiply it by 0.7. That's where we get the 21k damage, is like the real damage we're doing. This is on beyond the rails. Right, so then if we go... we continue. Right. We got 1.25 for the special multi there. So we're gonna get 26k. And then it's 1 plus your break intensity plus 300%. That's basically like the damage we'd be doing. And this is just individual character. You have to add all of them up for the combined one. For the entire team. But like, yeah. This is like, break damage doesn't do all that much. It's the white number you see. But a break team, we just need a character that inflicts a lot of novas. Right now she's like really strong for Scorch. Like building around and playing around Scorch. Oh, but yeah. Why not Scorch plus Hexed? The problem is... It seems to be stronger if you whale Zenko. The problem is you need to somehow also regularly trigger Hex, but also the boost from Hex is only 20%. The Hex boost is only 20% to whatever you have. We have to see what the follow-up damage boosting is there, but like it really depends. Right now, not really worth. But that could change later. But yeah, so basically this is with the 0 break intensity, 0 bonus there. Let's say you have max break intensity. So 1 plus... Alright, 360, divide that by 300. Right, so this is at max break intensity, you're doing just under 60k break. This is like basically there. If you have an entire team, that's 200k. If Scorch is incantation, it does work with Hex, yes. Only if it's incantation damage. That said, Zenko always makes, forces Scorch to always be incantation. Zenko also gets 100 cycle intensity for free. And a once per battle, instant cycle. This passive right here, she gets, at the start of battle, 100 cycle energy. Once per battle, every 30 seconds. And then it also gives her 100 cycle intensity. That's basically what this translates to. She gets 100 free cycle intensity in a once per battle instant cycle, basically. I mean, that's not the only reason to just go for cycle intensity. There actually is a good reason to go for pure cycle intensity. Because you're not losing that much damage going for cycle intensity over damage percent, and you gain a big boost to scorch damage. Like, even if we don't have hexed, like on the target, we have scorch. She's only doing 80% of her attack scaling damage, not having a damage percent main stat. But scorch damage is boosted by 20%. And then if you were to apply this to, let's say, hexed, she would have 460 if you went full cycle intensity. 14%, not anything super amazing, but this would also apply as a different multiplier for scorch as well. So you can take advantage of that. But yeah, like building her first full cycle intensity isn't a terrible idea. And then I don't know what the boost with with Linko will be, because Linko will boost follow-up damage. Yeah, it's 14.375 plus 20. That's how Scorch and Hexed and Stained works. The base Hex damage and the base Stain damage is always 20%. And then you just add whatever your boost is to that. 30% base for Hexed? Okay. I mean, it's additive to that. It's still something. But yeah. It is interesting though, like, to think about using a Zenko as like a support unit instead. As a Scorch support unit. And shreds res too. That's interesting. Adler also shreds 10% res. So that could be an interesting setup there. Yeah, good options there. Alright, what I'm probably just gonna end up doing anyways is just...
Business is tough.
You know, just swap a toy for Zenko and call it a day.
Don't forget to bill them for an appearance fee.
Yes and no. It's no long. You don't have to worry about RNG with Zenko. Every stack of Scorch can reapply Adler's Res Shred. So, like, it's not really RNG anymore if you just spam the stacks. And, like, any dot, like, anything that counts as applying the dot will stack it. So, like, here's the thing. Here, let me pull up the video again. Okay, look closely at the Scorch stack on the target. So we have one Scorch stack on the target right now. Right? So I applied Lacrimosa's dot, now I have 3 Scorch stacks. I applied 3 stacks of Lacrimosa's dot, and now I have 3 stacks of Scorch on the target too. The darker icon here is a Scorch. This icon over here is Lacrimosa's dot. You can I mean, my mistake, it's the other way around. The lighter icon is the Scorch, and the darker one is Lacrimosa's, but we have 3. Yes, it refreshes. Yes. For some reason, Zenko herself cannot re-trigger it, but any dot can. Even Adler's dot. Adler's dot, each tick of Adler's dot also counts and will just reapply it. However, you cannot trigger Discord this way. You cannot trigger Discord from these reapplication things. If you already have Nova on the target, you would have to reapply Nova to trigger multiple Discords. That's something you have to keep in mind. So like, it's super cope to try to bother with thing, because you're not triggering Nova. Nova does not refresh it. Nova does not. You can only trigger Discord once though, unless you reapply once per Nova. I think they made a change. Now you can only trigger Discord once per Nova application. So if you have Scorch on the target, if you want to trigger multiple Discord, you have to keep Nova on the target at the same time. You can't just reapply Scorch. They might have like changed something under the hood because that's how it works now. Yeah. So like, yeah, okay. Basically, you have the target and you trigger, only get one Discord. If you trigger Scorch again, you still only get one Discord. Okay, what the fuck? Oh great. No, Windows is a piece of shit. I don't know what the fuck Windows is doing, man. Yeah, or rather, I think they updated something. It's slightly changed. You can only apply one Discord per Nova. You can't just keep spamming reapplying Scorch. Yeah, no, it's still gonna work that way. If you do one Scorch, two Novas, you'll still get two Discords. But before, you could do one Nova and like 3 Scorches, and you would get 3 Discords. There was a time when you could do that. That was in 1.0. You could like do something funny with Baisung. And it would like trigger a bunch. Yeah, stacking Nova does detonate the old one at least. But like there was a funny thing people did to just keep spamming. It's not really that OP because like it doesn't do more damage, it just breaks the bar faster. But that was the thing that you could do before. It's super cope though. But yeah. Who knows? Right now though, it's still kinda cope. The Discord is just super cope. Nova does like okay damage I guess, but like, yeah. But yeah, like, I'm basically just gonna get rid of Hattori from this setup, and then put in Zenko there in the last slot. That's basically what I'm gonna end up doing. The cycle intensity is not cope if you're going for Blossom or Scorch or Nova damage, it's fine. It depends. Because only one character needs to build it. Yeah, I'll hydrate again. The reason why it's not cope is, let's say you're the...
Going?
Another new day.
Let's say you're the main character here, right? We have 360 cycle intensity. So we get a 60% boost. To Blossom, Nova, and Scorch damage. Obviously Blossom damage. Okay. Well, it depends. Because it depends on how high the base damage is. Keep that in mind. Again, let me pull up the sheet I have. So here's the thing, right? Let's go compare a Blossom damage here. We'll do it relative to Lacrimosa stats. Let's say we have Gioan in the team and we have 2 Blossom Flowers. Let's say we have Eroy as well. So we have like 12.5 raw Blossom hits there. Then we'll go to... I haven't updated the thing yet to have stacks of Scorch applied here. Multiple stacks. But let's give ourselves 360 cycle intensity. So we can go do that. So we got 20 cycle intensity there, 20 lines there. Wait, though, this should be 60. One line here. And then one line here. So we should have 360 cycle intensity. The total damage from Blossom, this is without the Death Ignore applied to it, relative to Lacrimosa stats, would basically be around 6,000 multiplier. Right? So it's like having a 6,000% attack scaling to just hit. In a sense. It's pretty significant. This is just motion value here. This is not like attack percent scaling. So it's gonna be like relative to the stats, it's pretty high. Even if you were to get rid of Eroi and just have it the base 5. Again, this is like about as much as her ult. Lacrimosa's ult. So like, it's not cope for these base cycles. But yeah. Again, like, here's the thing, this is the damage tick. Nova is kinda cope. Scorch can do okay damage, and the thing is, with Sekiri, you basically double the damage of dots if you have 4 dots on the target. I mean, I made the sheet. I got the data, just put the stuff together. I have the sheet right in front of me, that's what we're looking at right now. The base damage for Blossom is 9,000. Like, even if we have... So, like, here, let's apply the 25 Death Ignore here. Right. Enemy resistance, we have... Let's say we have 0 Res Shred, or Res Ignore. We can just put the damage number right here. This is the base damage per tick. 3,600 is our base damage per tick of Blossom. 3,600 damage. You get 5 hits on base Blossom. So you would multiply by that by 5. Or if you have Geo1 in there, or not only there, then this is basically 36,000 raw damage. This is without any increase of anything. This is their base damage. Again, if we go to the buff calculator, this is the expected damage that they would do at 100% of their attack. Right, so like this is with like a bunch of buffs applied. This is with Sekiri's buffs. So like if you were to have, let's say Shinku, for example, fully buffed from Sekiri, and then with 10% Res Shred for some reason, I have that there. She would do, you know, 10k as 100% of her attack. 10k damage would be 100%. But yeah. But yeah, so your main DPS, direct damage scaling, fully crit rate, crit damage, damage percent, and the Esper damage is associated with the weaknesses, yes. I mean, it's associated with Scorch, for example, does not take a hit because it uses cycle intensity. Yes, so you can build one teammate fully into cycle intensity, for example. For Scorch, crit damage stat of whoever is the owner also applies. So the crit damage will also apply. Let's say you have Scorch again. You put it on Zenko. So Zenko would actually have the highest crit damage. Right, so we get to 287 crit damage. This is with her signature arc at T1, right? And then this is just this is with her A1. I'll remove her A1. I mean, it's still the highest. 262% crit damage would still get applied to the Scorch. Dots always have a fixed 50% crit rate. So your crit rate stat does not apply to dots like Scorch because it's always 50%. And it's kind of annoying too for Lacrimosa. It's actually kind of why. Because Lacrimosa's damage is heavily focused onto her dot, it's not really worth it to build crit rate on Lacrimosa. To like focus onto it. You can, it's just it won't apply to her dot. So like a heavy investment on Lacrimosa, you basically run very little crit. But you want to get as much crit damage as you can. But yeah. Oh, crit damage and damage percent. I mean, and that's why I have like main stat damage percent on Lacrimosa, not crit rate percent. So like if we go to my Lacrimosa, like I have very little crit rate. I only have 48%.
Just 5 more minutes.
Because regardless, her dot and her dot detonation will always have 50% crit rate. So I end up not focusing on it, and it's not as much a priority. Crit damage is a lot more impactful. I wish I had a better Diablos piece there. Wait, do I actually have a better one? Maybe that one is probably better. Because like I have a bunch of different pieces there, but yeah. I haven't like been farming it like super crazy though. Yeah, this one might be a little bit better just for the crit damage there. I talked about the Excel sheet there. But yeah. So, whoever's the owner. The thing is, too, Zenko, unfortunately, her passive that lets you stack Scorch will always make her the owner. Even if you just have more crit, more, cycle intensity on, like, Lacrimosa, for example. Which is unfortunate because, again, it means that Scorch will always do incantation damage. It won't be able to do chaos damage, and if it's not doing chaos damage, it cannot make use of the Chaos Force set. And the increase of the Chaos Force set is actually just really, really significant. That's like the one downside there. But yeah. Like if we go back here, let's say we had like the raw total damage again. Like this is just relative, like we're not even gonna just give the cycle intensity boost, but just the amount of blossom hits in just a blossom comp. So like, not only adds 5 hits, right? Plus 20 times 0.375. So this is for Eroy's hits. Right, and then we have 5 base hits. And then we double it because we have G1 doubling everything. So we're doing 35 hits of that. 35 times 9,000. So 315k raw damage. This is at 0 cycle intensity. That's 126,000 raw damage after factoring in enemy resistance and defense when the main character triggers Blossom. Right, this is just 2 flowers. Like the damage from 2 flowers. Obviously, like every time you trigger it, you would just add more of this. This is just the amount of raw damage. Right, and then of course, if we had 360 cycle intensity, so then 315 times 1.6, 504,000. Or I could just do that here. And now that's 200k. The cycle intensity for like Blossom Scorch stuff is not cope. What do you think about it? Like, the same thing we can say again if we go back to Scorch. I think for Scorch we'll have to just treat it as DPS at this point when we're just stacking it. So again, let's say we have 0 cycle intensity. So 2700 multiplied by 3, now we're at 8100. Right, we have no Death Ignore applied here. And this is before you crit. So 8100 damage per attack. Let's go to the buff calculator here, just get the crit value here. So 262 is going to be our crit damage that we're going to use. Times 1 plus... So we get that 50% of the time. So now... Oh, I forgot to put the... equals there. So this is like your average tick damage here. 0 cycle intensity. Let's say you have just the base one for Zenko, 1 plus. That would be 100 divided by 600. So without building cycle intensity, we're gonna basically doing average of 7.6k damage per second as dot damage. I mean, if you want to also just put things back to perspective and into perspective here. Let's say we go to Lacrimosa, who has the highest on-field just DPS. We can just go by the motion value here. Like, if you go by just what's intended to be like a balanced here. Let's say her ranged one, if you do the full chain, so that's 1217.5. Divide that by 3.3 seconds. We're doing about 369 percent attack per second as our on-field. Obviously, if you do her N4 cancel, it's actually 425% per second, which like is just really breaking the game. But like this is basically the thing there relative to this number here. We take this number. We go to the buff calculator. So divide this by 100. Lacrimosa here. What's her damage here then of her attack? So without buffs, we'll go with buffs here. She's doing 9810 is 100% of her attack. So like on-field DPS from Lacrimosa would basically be, without including her dot, 199k 36k. Well, I guess 36.2k, we'll round up. Right, and this is 7640. So we do again, memory save this. Right, it's like 20%, 21%. Relative to like the on-field of Lacrimosa, there's the raw on-field part. He's just scorch damage. And this is without investing into cycle intensity. Again, like you can just pick one character to fully invest into it. In this case, we put it on Zenko. Let's give her 460. And now we're basically doing 11.569 instead. So now 11, 5, 6, 9. Let's divide that by memory recall here. Boom. It's 31%, or 32% of the damage relatively speaking. But of course, let's say again you have security in the setup and you have 4 dots. So we'll just double all of that. And now this is 23k. So 2, 3, 1, 39.27. By that memory recall. And we're looking at this, 64%. It's pretty significant. This is like Lacrimosa fully buffed. Keep that in mind. This is just like the on-field damage portion. The damage is pretty significant. It's not cope to build cycle intensity. I haven't checked the newer area yet. I have access to it, but I haven't checked it. I don't think it matters that much though. Who's that? Hayden Panettiere. I don't know who that is. That's unfortunate. But yeah. Oh crap, there's an ad break. I just didn't realize I was talking through a freaking random ass ad break that started. I'll wait. Yeah, I don't know any of her movies or anything either.
So easy.
She was in Heroes. Okay.
Be careful. Gluttony wings. So easy.
Just wait for the ad break to end. It should be over soon. It's like 30 seconds left. She was a voice actress in Kingdom Hearts. Damn. It's just unfortunate though. It is unfortunate.
Huh? Oh.
Okay. What was the thing I saw? I saw something important not too long ago. Oh, I guess I deleted that post.
Huh?
Oh yeah, it's under special event. Okay. There's already conspiracies her bro died last year due to heart problems. Saying as that. That's unfortunate still, the heart problem stuff. Oh, I can like change the plant in the pot. That's cool. Okay, yeah, I did do realm upgrade. We're good there. We were just talking about Zenko stuff. It's just kind of funny that after like crunching numbers, for the most part, like building Zenko as like a support is actually worth doing. I just like having her like fully invest into scorch damage rather than her own personal damage. Because you're only losing about 20% damage on her personal damage front, but you gain a huge boost to like the scorch damage. And because of how her stats are kind of spread out, they're pretty similar to G1's. Especially when you're comparing to like relative to 100% of her attack. It's actually a bit worse than G1, her stat scaling. It's a bit lower than G1's. A little bit, but yeah. It's kind of just interesting. She has a lot of crit damage for dots though. That said, like all these numbers here is assuming like perfect stats on gear. She just scales a lot lower than some of the other units. But you can stack Scorch 3 times. It's probably part of what they balance her around. Yeah, so if you're gonna put her in Lacrimosa team, you just build her full cycle intensity. Regardless, she will always be the owner of Scorch. And if you get like her awakenings like A1 and A5, I guess, A1 would give her a little bit more crit damage buff for the entire party. And then like A5, once per battle, you get like a free instant break bar. With a slight boost to the break damage. Honestly, that's kind of like just like the best use for her, especially at lower investments. Just for like just for like Scorch support. If Linko's good with follow-up damage and hexed, you can then reuse the same gear for that setup too. Like, it's just kind of funny when you think about it, because like, if you build her for like pure Scorch damage, depending on how Linko stuff works, it still would probably be decent in hexed. For a Zenko. Because like, and we can calc for that. Right, so like, if you do it this way, let's say we have 67.5. Or actually, wait. So that would be 3141 there. Uh, 3141 times 1.2. So that's 3769. If you were to then do this. So 2438. Multiply this number by. So then it's 14.375. So 1 plus 0.14375 plus 0.2. 32 is a thing, so if we done, if I have my memory recall, assuming no boost to follow-up damage, you're only losing about 13% damage. It's about a 13% damage loss. But that also just depends on whatever the follow-up boost and everything is. That could shrink. And you'd still have the big boost to Scorch damage if you trigger both at the same time. Which you should anyways, because of just how easy it is to maintain Scorch with how Zenko works. I'm a lot younger than that, Reptile. That's all I'll say. I'm, you know, a couple years younger than that. I'm not close to 30 yet, either. I won't tell you my real age. All I'll say is, I'm still a ways away from 30, a couple years away. But yeah. Free fruit bear, damn, this food is really backed up. No, it's not really though. I just don't really watch movies. No time, man. Imagine having time to watch movies when you could be doing other stuff too. Speaking of watching stuff, actually. I finally got around just to mess around with it. Just setting this thing up. I set this thing up on my new laptop. Shit's actually way easier to set this thing up on Linux than it is on Windows. This server there. And it's honestly so much better. Like, it's so much more convenient for me to use than the old thing I was using. Because I used to use, I used to run... Actually, I still do. I'm probably just gonna mix them together when I rebuild my NAS later this year. I've been using, like, Shoko Anime normally. To, like, then hook into my Plex server. And I would watch stuff that way. But, like, this shit makes it so easy for me to just grab stuff. And then I can also just merge it with, connect the same files to Shoko Anime. And just have it then update to Plex for remote streaming. But this shit is so nice. But yeah, technically speaking, if you want to sail the 7 seas, this tool is the best way to do it for cultural content, I guess. You can, like, have it hook into, like, Nya and, like, torrent stream. You can also just apply, like, anime 4K filters and shit for upscaling. It's, like, really nice. It's just funny how, like, the best anime streaming service you could have. Again, like, you get the better service by pirating if you know what you're doing. You set up a freaking thing like that. It's... You can even freaking automate just grabbing the stuff. It's so nice. Like, I finally got it, like, set up. Because, like, I wanted to, like, mess around with it before I put it on the NAS I rebuild later this year. You don't like the name? It keeps switching to Sesame. Fair enough. Close enough. It's just... Yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna show you guys and tell you guys, like, how to, like, set it up. There's a lot of documentation there. You could figure it out yourself. Technically speaking, you could probably just feed ChatGPT or whatever the documentation and ask it on how to set it up. But yeah, hi Lacrimosa 100, welcome. But yeah. We were just talking about a lot of stuff with Zenko. It is just interesting how her stats and stuff just are. The ceiling is up. That's what's up, the ceiling. And it's more so just in case, you know, I gotta cover my ass. But also, it's just depending on your setup, there's just so many ways to get it set up. Depending on what you would use, like what torrent client and whatever. And like your own network setup there. You would just have to read you should just read the documentation if you wanted to do it. You kind of just have to, because again, like, your setup is going to be different than mine. And it's like, I don't know if you want to put yours in like a Docker container or whatever. What? M3 U8s? U8S? What's that? Oh. Oh, it's encoded playlist file for HTTP. Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah, that. You can use that to like play stuff in a different thing, yeah. What about it? Yeah, you get like a sniffer, you can take like whatever the video output is from a stream and then put it in a different media player. But yeah, what about it? We're not like ripping content. Yeah, I know. I mean, if you're trying to like rip the stream from something else, you can like use that. But like, if someone already ripped it and is hosting it elsewhere, just put it in torrent or something. You could do something else instead. You don't have to use that. There are some torrent clients or some tools you can hook into a torrent client that would let you stream your torrents that you have going. Like, just stream the torrent. Which is convenient in its own way. Okay, I'm gonna need to get Adler upgraded at some point. I need to beat King. I should get Adler to level 80 at some point. For the bigger defense stat. And the, bigger dot damage.
Today,
Everything we need for the trip is ready.
But yeah, I'm probably just gonna, like, switch this onto Adler, the Great Thief. Right, like, have him with a bit more break intensity, get him all the way up to level 80. Yeah, how much break damage does he have? 288. Nice. But for now, we're gonna give him his umbrella arc. Yeah, I need to get all the tomatoes. You gotta give her the tomato. Was it like around there with the tomato vending machine? I know if you're like close to a tomato vending machine and she's like in the car with you, she'll like react to it. Alright, we gotta go this way. Oh, I might go going the wrong way. Rep. It's the wrong way. Oops. What's it pinged for now? Yes, tomato juice exists. It's a thing, Tara. Oh, there's a crime spot there. Let's get rid of them. I should have
Mimosa.
done the thing done the grouping first. It could be worse. At least I didn't try to make milk soda. That's definitely one drink you wouldn't want to make. Milk soda. Because, you do not want carbonated milk. The carbonated milk would basically be like, would taste the same as spoiled milk. Because the carbonated milk would taste exactly the same as spoiled milk. In fact, doing the carbonation would speed up the spoiling process, like, significantly. Yeah, it would taste like that. Because of what you're doing. No, someone actually tried it. Someone, like, actually tried it. Like, they put in, like, a soda machine, they put milk. They carbonated the milk, and it just... It's just like, what the fuck? Someone, like, actually did it. Even though it's like, yeah, duh, that's what's gonna happen. Hey, you want ketchup chips instead? Yeah, you know the carbonation drink machines, like the soda makers? You can get a machine where you get the canisters for the CO2 canisters you would put in it would carbonate your drinks. Like, you can, like, a soda stream. Well, yeah, because milk plus carbonated water would just give you spoiled milk. You didn't know they were a thing? Well, now you do. Now you do. I guess it was the other one then. Wrong direction. I mean, that you can do, but like... I'm talking about, like, you actually, like, carbonate the milk. You don't want to do that. That's something you should never do. Damn, Black Ramosa doesn't notice. What's over here? Black Ramosa.
Appraiser's car, so cool. Never seen on streets.
Wait, she's not reacting? Maybe because it's raining. Okay, I'll just drive around. She's not reacting to the machine. The vending machine is right here too. Sometimes she reacts. Right, it's like right there. But then sometimes she doesn't. Right. Whee!
Bumper cars?
Isn't that fun? We just got slingshot. You make a flying car. No, one time I saw like a truck like flip over on itself. Like a random like. Alright, this is like not where we're trying to go. We gotta get a slingshot again.
No wings. So easy. Be careful. Glass.
I mean, I guess it depends on how fast though. Or how slow your flight is. Oh, that's not good. Alright, good as new. The car got really wrecked.
Appraiser, drive. Black Mimosa, ride.
She's not reacting. But yeah, the new property's gonna be around this area. Right. Yeah, but I need to get it in the right spot. Huh? I guess this car is not like thing. Go-kart too small. Let's try the Draco. Oh wait. Yeah, coughing bomb versus action. We're under the map now. Nice. Alright, let's go back there. Wait. Getting isekai by octopus. Can I drive any of these, or are these all scrap? Right, I think all these are just scrap. Right, this is just supposed to be some sort of scrap yard for cars, I assume. Right. Can I borrow this? Go stop this guy.
According to Article 20 of the Field Operations Code. Anyway, please.
Alright, we can wreck this car for free. Free car to wreck. He just got excited. Wait, let's go get another one.
Official business. We need your cooperation.
All right, but this is a new car. Try not to ding her, okay?
Alright. Look at the car. It just exploded. Well, I... Thanks for the follows, all pro pooper plays, and welcome. But yeah, you could just like grab a vehicle, just have it smash it. If you can get him glitched to turn the other direction, you can like launch a vehicle somewhere else. I think the problem is just this NPC is here. If she wasn't here, because she has collision, you could like send the things like really flying. Yeah, let's go get another one.
According to Article
one
20
of those
of the
big
Field
accident
Operations
scams?
Code,
We sure
what
thing.
was
Go
it,
right
19?
ahead.
Anyway, please.
Well, I can't get it to launch. Well, that's unfortunate. You're just blowing up cars now. Oh yeah, I need to do the daily pets with Yoroi. Alright. Let's get that done.
Appraiser, I'm here to help.
Alright, let's go pet. Free useful materials. Not much, but every bit counts. Alright, we can roll some consoles as well.
Is there anything I
What the
can help
dog
with?
doing? Listening to the music. That's what the dog doing. Okay. Get some interesting pieces here. Alright. Alright, can't roll anymore. Anything else I need to get done? I don't think so. Alright, and then tomorrow is what, last day of the patch? Make sure you guys get all your event stuff and everything finished. Because it's the last day of the patch tomorrow. Okay. Right, I even got the 66k there. And this shit's gonna become like permanent content, which is nice. I'll do a couple rounds of this. Yeah, it was quite a long wait. But it's gonna be here soon. Surely the game is alive enough for Pearl Hall. Maybe not. try to just maybe do 1 or 2 rounds and then end off. Because I still need to get better first. But yeah. Alright, what kind of things are we getting this here? Tech collectibles.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Okay. Alright, let's see what the other guys do. What are they putting there?
This feels familiar. Let me think.
This is not worth all that much. I might as well. Yep. Might as well reveal the last thing, I guess. Or not. That would be everything. Like, this shit is not worth anything. Damn, the freaking big for 2069.
I hope I get a good result. Sorry. My plan wasn't good enough.
But yeah, there's like no one that does the the other venue. I have the assets for it though. Food collectibles.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Alright, got my bed.
I hope I get a good result.
What did I got?
Sorry. My plan wasn't good enough.
Yep, they wasted their stuff. I guess doing it at like 3:30 a.m. though isn't the best time for the stuff here. Yeah, I don't know if we're like even gonna get a match for Pearl Hall. Should be more dead now. Yeah, it just looks really dead. Yeah, we're like timing out of matchmaking too. We'll try again.
This feels familiar.
Okay. Let's have him reveal him. Okay. That could be either one of those two. It could be a bunch of things there. Yeah, I'll just do this. Let's see how this goes. Alright. Do I just win?
I hope I
Alright, let's see what we got.
Sorry. My plan wasn't good enough.
Oh, that thing is a piece of crap, but I guess I have the Ghost Fire Wisp. Oh. Damn, welcome Raiders, plus 13 million viewers, welcome. Alright, I'll go again. Welcome, guys. Which one's worth more? Thanks for the follow as well. Yeah, this is worth more. I'm doing fine, I guess. Though. A bit sick. I'll move that there. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the raid and welcome everyone. We're just doing going, gone. Trying to get some better stuff. We're going into Pearl Hall. Alright, I should get the device set refreshed. Okay. Okay.
This feels familiar.
A bunch of stuff is by gold rarity. Okay, it's got this thing. Let's go with the 690 420 as our starting bed. There's just like a piece of junk car there. Okay. And there's even more stuff there. I'll just go with the previous round bed. Right, I want to see what else we got here.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Okay. So it's just golds left. It's not really worth it to keep like going for more. I say. I'll probably like do more of these when like it becomes like a permanent thing too. See how the stuff works out there. Okay, that person's gonna buy all of it. Or not. I don't think it's worth that much going to... Yeah. It doesn't seem worth all that much. Yeah, let's go... The 969. I don't think it's worth 980.
I'll take that. Great decision making.
Damn, it was worth a little bit more. I guess. But yeah, I gotta like stockpile the assets. Okay. Alright, let's see what we can get.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Okay. Might as well see what the 6 random ones are. I see ya. Yeah, they're starting big with those two guys over there. Okay. Whatever they're doing, they're starting big. Alright, you have a good night then. I mean, with me, when I fall asleep, I'm already in bed.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Ooh. Okay, wait, that's not worth that much. It didn't reveal anything. God damn it. This one isn't worth all that much. At least I don't think it is. Yeah. This is not worth much. Now that I see everything, it's like not. Like, unless it's the golden koi statue, like... But then I think it would have, like, revealed itself if it was. Right, because, like, it didn't even do anything when it did revealed highest rarity collectible. So these two are probably blue or green. I win them.
I hope I get a good result. I'm so happy for you.
I knew it. That was green. Yeah, this shit wasn't worth anything. But yeah. Does it even count there? Do these quests even stay, or is it just not a thing? I don't know how I'm gonna ever earn over 500,000 in a single round. People get like too sweaty.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Alright, let's just see. Let them fight over it. I don't think this shit here is worth.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Okay. I'll just do 369 420. Fuck it. Yeah, it could be a 400k lot. We'll see. Oh, they put 450k.
Look at this. There has to be good stuff. It's something.
Oh, the sword? Wait, the sword's not worth anything. Yeah, it's food. Where's the pizza? That's true. Where's the fucking pizza? Although I don't think I would want pizza that was in a storage locker or whatever. I don't think I would want that, to be fair.
This feels familiar.
There's only 4 gold rarity stuff here. Just go again.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Okay. There's not that much, but like... Okay. Damn, that 600k seems way too high. What the hell did they say for 600k?
Complete.
No way they're breaking even.
I'll do a debrief.
Yep. This shit only worth 500k. It's like not worth that much. And, like, I didn't even bother. Like, the thing is, if you go to these lower halls, there's no need to even use a device set. We can just see that it's like, like, it's just not worth that much, but they were just bidding way too high. Food collectibles, again, like, unless we get pizza, I don't think it's worth that much.
This feels familiar.
Okay, it goes. This is a big lot. I'll start low for now, and then I'll just put like a big number around 3 or 4. Oh, they already put 350k. That person put 650k. What the hell?
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think this stuff is gonna be worth all that much, even though there's like a lot of stuff in here. I'll just go 269 420. Like, I don't think this thing is gonna be worth all that much. Like, these guys are just gonna overpay.
Mission complete. Luck is on my side.
Oh, damn, never mind. This was actually a high value lot. Damn. This is the freaking antique suitcase. I see. I didn't think that would be there. I mean, I didn't win the bid anyways. Okay. We'll go again.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Look at this. There has to be good stuff.
Alright, what did they put?
Even I can make mistakes.
Yeah, was it worth it? Not even a single red. Not even a single red in that one.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Alright. This one's a pretty big vault, thing. Pizza's there too. I'm just gonna... for the lulz. Yeah, if it was the red one, it'd be more. Uh, 690. Why not?
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Okay. And it goes all the way down there. Alright. I'm just gonna keep my 69 420 going. 690 420. Let's see if this goes. Yeah, they put 422. They do. I was gonna put 420.
Complete. Luck is on my side.
Oh damn, this was worth 800k. Okay. Alright, tech collectibles, so like USB drive maybe?
This feels familiar.
Interesting.
Let me think.
I'll go with 369 420. I know. The dude who was bidding the 6.7s. There's a bunch of stuff in here. Okay. Oh no, but 16 up. Alright, let's see what these guys do. Okay. Yeah. Oh. Interesting. Did they just put their entire thing there? Alright. Alright, let's see how this goes. You still touched me all yesterday, I say. I mean, it could be. Actually, I don't know. Is he even on North America servers? Yeah, I thought he'd be on. It's probably someone else. This touch me guy. Alright, I win. I'm pretty sure I profit off of this.
Get a good result. I'm so happy for you.
Not much, but I still profit. Okay, let's see. What's the fish worth? 600k for the fish. So we want to keep Mr. Fish. That's 204. 162. So this is better than that. 45. That's 520. Okay. I want the briefcase in here. Right, because this one's that much. Yeah, that's not worth anything. That's 1, 2, 3. But this is not worth anything either. That's 162. I guess I put that back in there. Yeah, whale song is like really bad. How much is the go-kart worth? Damn, the go-kart's not worth a lot. That's a shame. Do I just put this here? No, I put this back in here. Or I can take that out and fit that there. Right, because otherwise... Yeah, 9102. Yeah, I guess this is just the most value I can get right now here. I mean, it depends, because some of the big ones are good. But then, of course, there's this thing. This thing is worth 1,314. That thing is worth so much. Yeah. It really depends. Some of them are better than others. But yeah, that's just the value of the stuff we have there. But yeah, I bootleg gamer. I'll probably just do 2 more rounds before we end off. It's already like, yeah, we're almost at reset too. Because I'm gonna need to get some sleep soon as well. Advanced collectibles.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
I see. Their name is 12:12 a.m. Okay. Sure. What? Okay.
There has to be good stuff. Even I can make mistakes.
Damn. Yeah, Pendragon is too big. That is true. You want the golden koi stuff. But yeah, that freaking Hattori just went straight for it. Like, immediately. I don't know what they saw, but like, they were just like, 1.2 mil, okay. Alright, tech collectibles.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Alright, there's gonna be a bunch of stuff here. Ooh. Alright. Let's see. I really want the golden koi. Okay, it's probably worth over a mil at this rate.
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. Alright, come on. What the fuck? What is this 2 mil? Almost 3 mil. What the fuck?
Thanks for letting me win. That was a bit hasty.
Yeah, this is worth over 1 mil, but not 2 mil. What the hell was that bid? Did they just like mistype and put all their money? I think the person just put in all their money. They probably just put in all their money. Because like what else? Why else, right? Like they definitely put in all their money. Why else would they have like that like number of all things?
This feels familiar. Let me think.
Oh. Well. Okay, we keep going. There isn't that much collectibles here. Yeah, the actual ceiling of stuff here, not that much. What are these guys doing?
This feels familiar. Let me think.
I mean, it's not wrong with the average value. But this lot is not worth all that much. They're bidding way too high. These guys. They're having a bidding war with the value like being stupid high. But like... I can clearly see it's not worth much. I don't know what the hell
There has
this guy was saying.
Even I can make mistakes.
Like, what the fuck? Like, it clearly showed it's not worth much. But yeah.
Waka waka, ano.
Alright. Free, figure. Yeah, pulling Zenko for stealing is a thing too, yes. Alright, better for skill issue, just go in, easy grab, easy go in, go out. But you can do it manually too. Pulling chaos for teleports, like how many more teleport you want? Don't even use the car anymore. I mean, I sometimes use it. Though I'll mostly use the Draco or the go-kart. But like, yeah. I mean, it depends what you're trying to do. Or where you're trying to go. I still use vehicles. Sometimes. Though sometimes I don't use them at all when like I do my dailies as well. Yeah, the house and the keys and everything, very pricey. Why are they like these two together but this guy's like spread out away from them? But yeah. Okay, now people wonder why you didn't buy a car. I mean, the freaking vehicles and the modifying them are pretty pricey, especially the Pendragon. Not the Pendragon, the Porsche. I can't afford to like mod my freaking Porsche. Fully modding the Porsche costs more than the fonts it takes to get it. like actually. Like if you pulled it with fonts exclusively, that's still cheaper than modding the Porsche. It's actually more than its price. It's a bit higher. But yeah. It's a bit higher than its price. I mean, there originally wasn't supposed to be that many teleports. But because certain people complained about not being able to teleport everywhere, they ended up doing that. They ended up adding so many fast travel stuff.
I will see through the nexus.
There wasn't supposed to be so many initially. but then they added like a bunch because of those guys, because of the people complaining during the betas. They also got rid of the some of the interactions as well at the shops, where like you would have to deal with customers and stuff like that, like actually like piling up in front of your shop and everything. They got rid of that too. You can find footage of it if you go like back to like the older VODs from like the first two betas, and then they got rid of it. There was like more stuff in the shop as well. So much stuff just got optimized out.
Freeze the wind! Let me cook. Tracer, I'm here to help.
Let me take
Oh,
over.
they're old edge. Cool. But yeah, they basically, you know, work together to optimize parts of the game. Out of the game. With the feedback and complaints or whatever.
Perfect angle.
Oh well, it is what it is. It's just unfortunate. Just how things turned out there. But yeah. So, I think this is where we'll end off here for the night. As usual though, guys, thank you guys all for stopping by. Hopefully I can see you guys again next time. Alright, you guys have a good day or night or whatever it is, wherever you guys are. I'm gonna go get some sleep. But yeah. I'll see you guys. See ya.